Hi, everybody that's joined. Sorry, I know you're all muted. It's very strange having one-way conversations. At the top of the Teams bar, there's a Q&A button. If you hit on that, it'll open up at the side, and that's where you'll be able to put sort of questions you can kind of pinboard stuff there, and then we can touch on it at the end. Thank you, Mina. Yes, I was on mute. Okay, yeah, on the top of the bar, there is a Q&A. So I don't know if you guys want to click on that, and it will basically be a place that you can add posts with some questions as we go through the webinar. And then what we'll do in the Q&A session towards the end, I'll be able to kind of run through that and either answer now, or if needs be, if it's things that I'll sort of take away and kind of give a bit more thought to, then I can do that as well. Okay, I think we're up to 43 or 42, so we'll make a start. It's 1 minute past. If anything, they'll miss just the bit where I'm introducing myself. So let's make a start. Hopefully everybody can see my screen all right. Some of the team are watching here, so I'm guessing they would shout if they can't as well. So yes, so aligning sales and marketing efforts for great success in recruitment. So the idea of today is not only to talk about like the theories of sales and marketing, but one thing I am, for the people that do know me, is I'm really quite a practical marketing person. And so I've tried to make sure that I've included sort of ideas and practical hints and tips of things that you could be doing that could make a real difference for you. Okay, so I guess I should probably tell you who I am for those who don't know me. I found it really hard to find a picture of me without a drink in my hand, which I realised sounds really bad. But Brett, you've made the cut. It was one of our clients sent home. In the background, you can see Brett. So I am Katie Horn. I'm a fractional marketing director. And so I've been working in marketing for over 20 years. but been specialists in recruitment for probably about the last 8 to 10 years. And we've been award winning. And we do a whole host of stuff in terms of like helping people develop their marketing teams, helping them deliver their marketing practically as well. And myself, I do a lot of like planning strategy with people. I do a lot of workshops where I'll go in and help people kind of understand what it is they want to achieve and then help prioritize practically about what there is that they're going to deliver. Okay, so I thought it was probably good to just talk about like why it is important to align your sales and marketing. Hopefully I'm not kind of teaching people to suck eggs, but I think it is really key. So a recent study, and I've got the references which I'll share with everybody after this if people want to go in and sort of read a bit more about some of the surveys and research that we found. But businesses that align their sales and marketing, in a recent study found 36% of them had higher customer retention rates, which is something that we obviously all strive to as business owners. And in terms of winning sales, they were 38% higher sales winners. Some more stats around this if you're still not convinced. So 67% were better at closing deals, and that's all down to that warming up of that kind of lead or potential lead. There's seen in some instances a 208% growth in marketing revenue because they were actually able to attribute where those leads came from and the journey that they had within that company. Annual growth revenue is up by about 32%, 24% faster 3-year revenue growth, 27% less staff turnover. And I think that one, again, is a real win for me, because if you align the business and you align with the goals, everybody's going to be happier working towards that kind of joint goal together. And an increase of around 12% in salespeople hitting their targets when they're supported and aligned with the marketing. Okay, so again, this is just really from personal experience, but also obviously things talking to people and understanding kind of the markets that we work in. So some of the common kind of areas where I see that there's breakdowns or where there's misconceptions and things start to disalign tend to be around things like the sales team working separately and focusing only on the sales. Now, I get in recruitment, obviously we are all really sales focused, and so the teams can sometimes sit in silos, but the importance of kind of them understanding what the marketing team do and vice versa. This isn't a bash on salespeople from a marketeer presentation, I promise, but it is just making sure that people are working in unison rather than in silos for the better good of the company. And number 2 is the marketing team not being part of that sales team efforts. And again, something that I've seen sort of throughout my career is people working in these silos, they tend to become sort of not part of that big push. So, you know, if you're having a big sales push that month or that week or whatever it is, there's no reason why the marketing team shouldn't be aligned with that and shouldn't be working to help support that and help drive that. And this one is one of my favorites, but marketing can be seen as fluffy and a nice to have by some people. You know, obviously over the years, and especially in recruitment in the last sort of 8 years, I've seen a real change in people understanding what marketing is and what it brings to the business, the importance of brand building, the importance of reputation building, the importance of that relationship building. It has changed considerably, but there is still space for more. And it is kind of, again, about making sure that people are realigned to understand what each other delivers and how they can support each other, where you're going to see that biggest difference. And also another thing that I see quite often is that people confuse a marketing team with a sales team. So they try to put results based around sales on a marketeer, which, you know, anybody who works in marketing will understand. They don't have that same sales drive that a salesperson does. So their results will be about creating those opportunities. So it's about looking at like what the goals are, what drives that person, and making sure that everybody's goals are aligned to that. Okay. So one of the things that I thought was really important to kind of focus the mind a little bit was about looking at like that buyer's journey. and understanding at what points the sales team and the marketing team and what they could be doing practically to help support each part of that customer journey. So with any kind of sales funnel or with any sales process, there's three main stages. And if you read lots of theory on marketing, I'm sure that there's a million more stages, but I've tried to keep it as practical and as simple to understand as possible. So we start with awareness stage, consideration stage, and then the decision stage. And we're going to come on to each of those as we move through. Okay, so in terms of the awareness, so this is always that initial stage. So this generally is where marketing takes the lead. So it's about attracting and educating those potential leads about, whether it's understanding the value that you bring, whether it's kind of understanding, how you solve some of their pain points. And so that generally boils down to kind of targeted content, social media, it could be SEO or pay-per-click, to look to draw those people in who are potentially looking. It might even be educating them that they need your services. They may be unaware, and this is where the awareness stage comes in. So just trying to think of practical examples of how sales could align with the marketing and vice versa to kind of support that. So, social media updates, the consultants knowing what's happening in terms of like the big picture of marketing and being able to support that through their social updates is a great way and a practical way to kind of boost your awareness generally. And you could use funnels. So this could be a funnel built in LinkedIn. It could be a funnel built on emails. So it's just a nice way to get some of that content that's being created for that education and awareness out to that potential audience. So it's all around like audience building. So again, that could be a connection request funnel. It could be having a list of targeted people that you want to go after and looking at how the marketing could support that. So, is it Winning Wednesdays where you do kind of shout outs to companies and tag them in it to support the sales function, or vice versa? Are the consultants able to do more around helping build the audiences? So could they be running polls and then gathering the data of them polls to flag potential leads for us? And the other key thing around this at that awareness stage, where I think is the vital role of sales and sometimes really gets overlooked, is helping the marketing team build those customer avatars. And when I'm talking about avatars, what I mean is by customer profiles. So, we want to know who are your customers, what are their pains, what are their frustrations, what kind of sales triggers are there that would flag them as being interested, or why is it they don't understand what we deliver? Why is it that they don't understand the value of what we're doing? Helping the marketing team find out that information will lead to better content, will lead to more targeted content, will lead to more dedicated social media. It will lead to more kind of people going in that top of that funnel, which will ultimately lead to more opportunities for the sales team. But again, it's making sure that everybody's on board is the key behind that. Okay, so the next stage is the consideration. And apologies if I'm looking to the right, because I've got my camera on here and my screen with the presentation to the right. And so this is where we start to nurture those leads. So these are people that we know now. We've done a little bit of education with, we've perhaps told them a little bit about how someone like us could solve their pains, or, help them understand why they would need our services. And this is a chance for us to give them more information. This is where you start to position your agency as that expert recruitment consultants. And, this is where we can be more informed, more detailed about stuff. So things like case studies, so showing social proof of what we do, testimonials, all of those things will play critical roles into kind of helping with that consideration phase. And so from a marketing perspective, that would be our job at that point, is to make sure that we've got all of that stuff there so that if our salespeople start to have those types of conversations, we've got content to provide them. If we're, putting people into a sales funnel, my door's just open, it's my dog walking in, apologies. And so if people are starting to come through to the funnels, if you start to hear snoring, I promise it isn't me. So this is where we start to put more and more detail into what it is that we're doing. And in terms of the sales function at this point and how that can support, this is where you can start to look at some really practical examples using some of that content that the marketing team are providing. So again, it will come down to things like social media updates, potentially flagging potential leads to the marketing team. So if they do a poll, for instance, making sure that those people, they might be reaching out to from a sales perspective, but they probably won't then follow up every week with those people. So getting them into some kind of marketing funnel to plug that gap will be where the marketing team can drive value for the sales team. Getting involved in podcasts, interviews, looking at those automated funnels. So using like the Duck Soups or the Elays or the Source Whales to build some of these funnels out. Again, building up that connection request is going to be vital. One thing that we've definitely seen over the years is, and I'm sure it's the same for a lot of you, your audience really sit with the consultants. We do a lot of work with people to build up like the company pages, but you'll get more engagement through the consultants' socials than you will do through the company. And there's a reason for that. People buy from people. That's never going to change. So, it's utilizing those as a platform and as a medium to get your messages out there. Case studies and testimonials are going to be vital. So helping the sales team understand the reasons for them and what that kind of, that social proof and what that will help in terms of delivering more sales opportunities for them, I think is essential. And then giving them the tools. So the marketing team could come up with a really simple form that they give to the sales team, or it could be that the marketing team take on that role. So if the sales team have got a client that's really happy, could the marketing team be putting together those surveys, putting together those kind of testimonial templates, getting the feedback from those customers, giving the sales team the tools to make it as easy as possible and as quick as possible. We don't want the salespeople spending hours and hours on marketing. We need to make it as easy as possible for them. And again, that comes down to that alignment piece and making sure that everybody is aware of how they can support each other. Industry insights. And again, this is vital. Your consultants are on the front line. They're the people having these daily conversations with people in those sectors. What's happening? What news is there? Feeding that back to the marketing team will only help strengthen the content. Yes, I will make the slides available at the end. So yeah, utilising some of the industry insights from these consultants will make a massive difference to your marketing team. And again, it goes back to that thing of people living in these silos and not sharing information, which will halter like the brilliant content that the marketing team could be putting together. Utilising templates. So again, another great thing that we've seen rolled out across a lot of things, people want to utilize their consultants to put out social content and things, but again, it's making it as easy as possible. So using tools like Canva, creating them some templates, so then you're ensuring that everything that goes out has consistency to the brand, that looks on point, that isn't like a million miles away from where you want to be positioning your brand, because at this consideration stage, that's where you're positioning yourselves. So you don't want stuff going out, if you're striving to be the John Lewis of your industry, you don't want stuff going out that doesn't look on brand or that doesn't sort of follow a same tone or same idea. And the marketing team as well can aid at this point by giving ideas and suggestions. I think one of the things that I really love doing, or that I get quite a buzz off people when I'm working with them, is that they'll start to talk to me about something in industry that's happened or something that's going on, and I'll think of a way of going, right, okay, I know how we can turn that round and flip it into, this is how we solve that problem for these people, that make a great piece of content. And 90% of the stuff that they produce will be If we've got different markets that you're working in, or you've got different levels of people, you'll normally find once you start to build these avatars, they're quite similar, like their pains will be the same. So you'll end up with like a bank of content that's generic and can be used across anyone. And then you'll also have this specific kind of really detailed content. And I think it's important to remember, and I don't want to divert too much about avatars, but it's important to remember that we're solving problems for clients. So a tech company doesn't come to us because we're tech experts. They come to us because we're recruitment and we know how to find the people that they need either quickly or whatever it is in that specific niche. So the stuff that you need to be writing about and putting out doesn't need to be about how to code something. It needs to be about how you solve their pains, because that's what's going to resonate with them. And that's where the marketing team can help kind of transform that idea into something that will resonate. One last thing I did put on there was about being clear what support you need. And again, it just comes down to that communication piece and trying to encourage all of the departments to work hand in hand. If the salespeople are getting asked for something constantly, oh, could you send me this? Have you got this? It could be that they need a pack of case studies that are specific to the different pains that customer faces, so that they can pull them out as needed. Okay, and then you've got the decision stage. So this is really where the sales comes into its kind of element. So, they're helped along to this stage by the marketing. And this is where they come in and they deepen that relationship. So it's, personalized consultations, it's tailored solutions, compelling reasons why you're a good fit to work with them. And so practical examples of how sales can support the marketing team at this stage would be things like flagging objections and giving feedback. So, if it is a no, why was it a no? Feed that back to the marketing team. It might be that you need to do a Q&A. Is it that we're not answering the questions that people want to know the answers to? If someone says it's not the right time, should they then be going into a separate funnel that just nurtures them further? Have we got them nurturing funnels set up? Have we got surveys set up that gets that feedback and ideas back from people? And then again, it's that same kind of stuff that we talked about at the consideration stage. So flagging the potential leads, getting involved with podcasts, interviews, looking at funnels, the connection requests, email marketing at this stage. You could look at funnels specifically that shared kind of content or that Q&A. Sometimes answering objections before they've even been asked can take someone a further step down the purchase funnel. So it's looking at ways of answering those objections before they get to that stage. And so then the decision, when they reach the decision stage, they already have their mind put at rest that you're the right match to be working with them. Okay, so just to give some feedback as well, I feel like I've given lots of practical examples of what the sales team could be doing, but as well, I've wanted to flip it on its head of examples that I see working that the marketing team could be doing to assist with the sales team. So, one of the big things that every recruiter faces is, or the challenge is around their database. So, segmenting your customers is always like a huge challenge. How well are they segmented? But again, a lot of that will come down to how it's input and the understanding of the consultants as to how that's then used. If nobody ever sort of explains why you need to put in all these different categories when you're adding a candidate to the system, then of course they're going to take the shortcuts. So it's making sure that everybody's aligned to the reasons that we're doing this, because the more segmented your database can be, the better it will be to help you with those funnels and targeting and making sure that your content you produce is personalized, that your solutions that you provide are personalized to them. So the marketing team could help you build your automated funnels, so whether that's a consultant or at company level. But one thing that they could be doing is looking to kind of standardize some of those automations. So we do a lot of stuff where we're almost creating like a marketing Bible or a sales enablement pack. So, that is, say, when a new starter comes in, here's a load of templates that you could use on Canva. if you want to put out social updates, here's some ideas around like social updates that you could be putting out. Here's some funnels that we've used previously of connection requests. Here's some funnels where we're just sharing some like valued content in your market. And here's some surveys that we've done previously. And so it could be that every time you have a new starter, or for each desk or for each area, you come up with some kind of pack so that everybody gets a standardized support system. And that will help increase, obviously, the confidence in the sales team as to the marketing are there to help them and deliver more for them. And they could be building those connection funnels out. So, get the consultants to do the searches, and 90% of them run off like a search URL, getting them to that stage. But the actual sort of administration and setting that up, there's no reason why that couldn't sit in a marketing function or a marketing admin function. And coming up with social ideas for the consultants. So the more feedback that marketing team are getting around like what's happening in the industry and what kind of pains people are having, the more ideas that they could be providing to the consultants for social updates. So that they are, again, helping with those consideration stages, helping with them decision stages, helping with them awareness stages, rather than just kind of putting content out. And social templates we talked about, so coming up with some standard social templates for people. Where am I? New starter setup we've talked about. Plugging the holes in the bucket with automations. And what I mean by that is looking at like all of the different types of communication that go out from the business. So are there holes, are people falling off the verge? So, people are speaking to these clients on a regular basis when they've got jobs on, but what happens to the clients when there are no jobs? Or what's happened to all the lapsed clients that you worked with 6 months ago that you haven't spoke to? Or the lapsed candidates? What are we doing to plug those holes? How are we getting the case studies? How are we getting the testimonials? Are we doing Google reviews? Are we, looking at all of the different opportunities? And this is something often I will do with a business, is go in and kind of map out like all of the different communications and then look at how we could add value in a short, quick win type way, even down to things like, if you've got everybody's birth dates, do you send out a birthday email? Do you send congratulations emails when people are placed? Do you send interview tips after they've been accepted for an interview? Do you send an email from the MD when someone's placed to ask them for a survey and feedback and give them a congratulations? Is there a client survey that goes out from the MD? So, taking the brand one step above the consultant, how often are we doing that? And is that something that we should be looking at doing? I think I've probably covered. And building that library of contents. So making it accessible to everybody, making it easy for people to find content if they're looking to share something of value. Maybe at your team meetings, you should be giving the marketing team a slot so that they can talk about like what's been going on, what have they delivered, what are they, what are the new pieces of content that are available. If you've done a salary guide, how are we pushing it? How are we pushing it through the consultants? Do they know where it is on the system saved? Do they know where to send people to sign up for it? Do they know where the latest blogs are? Can they be published on their LinkedIn? Do they get the links through when somebody else shares a blog? Is that an automated thing that they then get the links and they can share that? It's just looking at all of the different things and trying to plug as many holes as possible so that you create this consistent loop of like content being provided, the consultants having access to it, and everybody working in unison. Okay, so I thought it'd be good to just give like a bit of a practical example, and I've not shared any specific numbers or anything like that, but just wanted to talk about like Circle Select or Circle Foods and Engineering as they are now, and Life Sciences, CSR group. So before working with us, they did do marketing, but it was a little bit more ad hoc. The sales team all worked independently, and you almost had like these different silos. They were delivering sales, there's no doubt with that, but it was definitely in silos of, nobody really communicating between the teams. Sometimes things would be produced in different areas. So one of the things that we've been working with them on to align those efforts is bringing in like those weekly team meetings for the marketing and sales or heads of sales. And then the marketing team assists with the creation of the sales enablement, e.g. the funnels and the LinkedIn connection requests. So they're working with the individual consultants to say, right, this is the standard funnels. Is this what you want? This worked really well, and they're sharing the ideas and communicating really well. We're then doing regular brainstorm sessions with the section managers. So that's where they start to talk about like ideas, people they want to target, and then what the marketing team are doing are then going away and creating that plan of how we can then use different mediums to go out and connect with these people. And definitely one thing that they're brilliant at is they definitely have a strong lead from the MD in this position too. So he's really leading from the front, and we're able to disseminate that information from him and then work with the managers to kind of bring that to life. So things that we've seen or changes that we've seen as a result of this. So the sales team feel a lot more supported. They've got access, easy access to marketing resources with sales enablement materials. So they've got access to content, they've got access to one pages, they've got access to social templates, and they know where to go to find it. It's easily accessible for them. So another thing is that they're working a lot more as a team. So they're sharing industry insights and challenges. We've been through and built the avatars, and then they're regularly being reviewed to talk about like different objections. So does it change throughout the year? Because you've built one avatar once, it doesn't mean that people's pains don't change. So it's constantly going back and just talking about like, seasonally now, is there anything that's changed? What could we be doing differently? How can we kind of support from a marketing perspective? So collaborating on ideas of a strong lead from the senior team, and I think that's really key. The board level need to be brought in and need to be the biggest supporter of marketing and sales, and that point of making sure that they work together. And so giving a strong lead of where we want to go, and then almost putting it to the marketing team, right, how are you going to support us? What are you going to do to kind of support and drive this through the business? And as a result of that, there's visible results. Like I said, I'm not able to, because I didn't manage to get the approval, but I'm sure once I speak to Luke after, if he doesn't mind, I'll share some of the results that we've seen from some of the campaigns that we've done. But the results have been visible. There's an increased confidence in their team, in the marketing, and it's led to further investment in their marketing. So we've trialed things, they've worked, and now there's further investment. So it's all been really positive. So that's just really working to align that sales and marketing teams to kind of create a better atmosphere, create more support for everybody all around, and drive together as one. Okay, so as my kind of final thing, and then I'll move to a Q&A, is just really like some key takeouts or words of wisdom. So if I could kind of say, what were the kind of main things that I would want people to take out of today, it was that building your customer avatars and as a team and including objections is really, really key. So that could be from board level down to consultant level. The more input the marketing team can get about who it is that we're trying to target, the more they can help kind of with more personalized content, more on target content, make sure that we're targeting people in the right places, even down to like social channels. Recruiters, we all think everybody lives on LinkedIn, but the reality is not everybody does. So, if your targets are men aged between like 35 and 50 who are more industrial level, they're more likely to be on Twitter than on LinkedIn. So should we be investing there? Those kind of decisions can't be made unless we understand who it is that you're trying to target. Mapping your sales funnel. So looking at that whole sales funnel and plugging the gaps. That's one real big kind of ringing the bell moment for me is, making sure that you plug those gaps to try and increase that relationship, increase that kind of understanding, that education of what you do, which will just then make the sales team's job easier. Prioritizing what is needed versus what is a nice to have. I said earlier, I'm a really practical marketing person. Whilst I'd love to say to everybody, oh, lots of branding would be great, just invest all your money in doing branding. I am realistic. That is never going to happen. And it doesn't need to. You're still branding when you're doing kind of other practical marketing materials as well. But it's about like quality, not quantity. And it's about being realistic about like what it is that the team can achieve as well. So if you choose to pivot slightly and make them more support and be like administration of sort of that sales function, then you need to understand that it's something else has to give. And so it's kind of making sure that everybody is aware of what it is that you're trying to achieve and working as one. And so making marketing a sales enablement tool is definitely like my words of wisdom at the minute. I've seen, we all at the beginning of this year, and I presume same for the majority of people here, beginning of this year, everybody came in guns blazing, everybody had more jobs than they knew what to do with. And now we have seen a turn in the market slightly. It's starting to pick back up now, but there was a time where it goes a bit quieter. So it's about keeping that marketing team agile as well, making sure that they can support where needed, and it can go up and down in terms of like branding to sales to branding to sales. So just kind of being a bit flexible with that. And identifying bottlenecks and unclogging them. And if that's you in your business, in terms of like getting things signed off, or kind of a stack of stuff on your desk for you to read through, or just literally sitting down with that marketing person, identify who and what are the bottlenecks, and then find ways to work around them. If it's that you don't get that time, could it be something that you did at the end of the day, at the beginning of the day? Could you come in 10 minutes early? Like just looking at like practical ways to unclog will make everybody's jobs easier in the long run. Making everybody feel like they're working towards a common goal. So that could be either including marketing teams in incentives, or incentivizing them in a different way, but making them part of the team, avoiding that silos. I'll quite often see when I go into recruiters that the marketing team are all sat really separately from the salespeople, which I understand. But how often do the marketing team sit and listen into the sales calls and really understand like the kind of objections that they're hearing? And so it works both ways. It's really important that the sales team understand and value what the marketing team are doing, but it is equally important that the marketing team understand and value what the sales team do. So that would be my words of wisdom on that one. Okay, I have to give a shameless plug at the end, but it is last two slides and then we'll go to the Q&A. So just a bit of a thing about like what we do. As I talked about, we do a lot of marketing planning for people. So this could be a workshop to plan for your year ahead and look at how you can align your sales and marketing better. We also do a marketing mentor scheme where the idea behind that is to give you the flexibility to build a team, but whilst having a more senior lead from a like fractional perspective. So we can support and mentor your team, help them prioritize, help them kind of stay on track, help them be a bit more agile when needed, help them with ideas. And then lastly, we do a fractional marketing director. So that tends to be more sort of board level, where we'll sit and be a bit more strategic with you. And that can involve mentoring. That could be of the board to help them build up their brand, or it could be at your consultants or your lead consultant level. I said it would be quick. So we are offering to everybody who's come on and everybody that will watch or listen to this back on when we send out the link, sorry. And it was just really that we'll offer everybody a one-to-one. So I'll send out a Teams booking link after this. So if anybody is interested, they can book a one-to-one with me from that. Okay, right. So we'll move to the Q&A. Let's have a look. Let's go here. Hi, Katie. Sandy Gretsch. We're trying to track the success of content marketing efforts on our blog, socials. Any tips on how to track the effectiveness? Driving eyes on content to place in a candidate, winning a client. Right, we're trying to track successive content marketing efforts through our blogs, socials, effectiveness dryline. And that is from Johnny. I feel like you've asked about 4 questions in one there. So I'll try and cover as many as I can, or I'll come back to you if I don't cover off everything. In terms of tracking your content and where, I'm presuming you mean as in like links and things like that. There are lots of ways to track content where you can use things like bit.ly links, and you can pay to have like something like lead magnets. Sorry, not lead magnet, I can't think of the name of the software now, but there is marketing software that you can basically subscribe to. It is quite costly, so I think putting my practical hat on, I would say I'd want to know like why you want to track what it is. So if it's just that you want to know, for instance, which platforms you're getting more click-throughs from, then you could use different bit.ly links or different links to the content for each platform. And then if you wanted to look at like putting that content all the way through the kind of cycle to winning a client, you would need something like Force24, for instance, where they have a tracking system that can track like when you've got a client on your system, it copies their IP, and then you put it onto your website. It can tell you that this person's visited the website and looked at these pages on this date. It can tell you they then opened this email, they then rang in on this date. So you can track that metrics, and it just comes at a cost. So again, practical hat on, all of these systems are brilliant, but I would look at like what it is that you're actually trying to track and why. I really think like marketing, I'm a big fan of like simplifying what your results are that you're looking at, because is it more important to know who's kind of clicked through on something, in which case should you be producing more gated content, or should be using different systems where you can see who's clicked and who's kind of engaged with your content and how often they're engaging. Hopefully that helps. If it doesn't, Johnny, give me a shout and I'll try and go into a bit more detail and perhaps book a one-to-one. We struggle with where to drive traffic to sometimes, or a call to action aside from our job board. Plus we have many routes for applying for roles. And I'm guessing if you're just looking to get candidates to apply for the job roles, again, that bit.ly link might help from that perspective, that you could actually have a bit.ly link which tracks when people click through on different platforms. So then you could see like where people are coming through to the job boards from. Want to prove to our senior leadership the value of investment in producing content, sometimes hard. I see this all the time, yeah. And again, I think it's that having an understanding, like producing a piece of content is a lot bigger job than I think people imagine, especially since chat come out. Everybody seems to think that, just put it into ChatGPT, but they don't think about like the SEO behind that they don't think about like the, being marked down. And when I read something that's produced on chat, I can tell straight away that it's been produced on chat. And so it's kind of, even if you use that as a bit of a framework, you still need to take it, you need to rewrite some of it, you need to kind of add your personal spin, you want to make it personal content to suit your clients. So yeah, I think that is always a challenge in terms of like a marketing person within a recruitment company, and that's where that aligning the marketing and sales teams will pay dividends. But Johnny, if you want to connect with me, we can definitely set up a one-to-one, and I can go into more detail. What is your thoughts on PR and marketing? Is it the same thing? Should it be done in conjunction with your marketing? If you have only one marketing person, then the answer would be yes, it could be done in the same instance. The majority of recruiters, what you'll find is, and again, you've got to think about like where you want to be seen. So if you're I'm going to use Brett as an example because of obviously I know your market, So fire and security, for instance, you want to be in the fire and security magazines. They're quite easy to get into some of them smaller magazines because there's not a huge amount of content going on. So it'll be about just building relationships. You could pick just one magazine and invest time in building that relationship. I would probably say that it's better if you're going to look to build that relationship. Sometimes it's better for the business owner to build that relationship and then their marketing person to feed the information in, as in like, oh, you know, Brett's written this, or Brett's done this, or we've recently done this. If you've got that good relationship already, then it will become easier getting your content in from a press perspective. And don't forget, a lot of them have online as well, so it's not always printed as such, if that makes sense. Right, I'm just going to scroll up. Thank you very much. That resonates, which are currently implementing. One of the great things we've achieved with sales and marketing is understand what sort of questions we should be addressing. A lot of our candidates have the same questions. Yeah, I see that all the time. So Sven was just saying that a lot of his candidates have the same questions that they've noticed when they're starting to build out FAQs. And that can be really powerful. And that, again, comes down to that aligning your sales and marketing team, getting them to speak to each other, helping the marketing team understand what are the FAQs, you know, what are the objections, and that will definitely lead to a better understanding. You'll get better materials. Hi, Katie. What KPIs would you recommend be set for a marketer to ensure they're working towards the same goals as the sales team? That's a really tough one. I would probably need to see what the sales team goals are. And then you could work back from that. So I'd say if your sales team was to get like 5 phone calls on a sprint where they get through successfully, then you could almost go, right, so they need to deliver. If they know that they get through to 1 in 10 people, then you can work backwards from that to say, how many people do we need to send out to get that opportunity that gets them to interact, that then gets them the call. So again, Rebecca, if you want to book a one-to-one, I'm more than happy to kind of go into a bit more discussion around that. How do you suggest I approach how to align the various rec tech the business uses with marketing? Currently, the sales automation tools and resourcing tools feel completely separate to the marketing team, and I want to communicate with the sales team where marketing fits in with them. Sam, that's a really good question. And definitely, I think I'll quite often go into a recruiter and there's like different systems for everything. Some people will be working on Apollo, some people will have Sourcewell, some people will have Elay, some people will be on like something else. And so I definitely think it's worthwhile mapping what you have, then working out like where the marketing team could add value. Because it could be that they take over some of the administration of that or help in some way. They could be writing content for it to make everybody's life easier. You know, because whilst a lot of them come with like templates and ideas, you still want to personalize it. So the marketing team will probably be able to go, oh, actually, you know, we've got this salary guide. If you put that in, that might kind of be a bit more rather than just sale. Hopefully that helps a little bit. And again, welcome to book a one-to-one, and I can have a look over what you're using and we can just kind of even just brainstorm it and map it out a little bit for you. We work with a range of content, but engagement is tricky and unpredictable. So what type of content works for attracting candidates and stimulates engagement? And the key with anything is testing, you know, and it comes down to that customer avatar. So really understanding who your customers are, where they sit, what are their pain points, because the most kind of engaging content will be the stuff that resonates with them the most. But it is also worth understanding who your customers are, because, you know, again, coming back to that males aged between like 35 and 50, they're what they call like the watchers. So quite often they won't engage in content, but your impressions might be higher. So are you actually looking at the right metrics for your avatars, for your customers? Are you really thinking about like, because, you know, whilst engagement is great, if as long as you're getting in front of the right people and your message is being seen, is that not the same value? Would be my kind of response back to that. What's the best way you found to track ROI for marketing efforts? So, Teo, as simple as possible is my answer to that. We tend to look at like each kind of campaign separately. We'll look at like the metrics for that campaign. So, you know, if our goal was to get in front of this many people, have we achieved that? How many people have put their head above the parapet, i.e. have engaged or have opened and clicked through on the emails? And so we'll look at like those kind of engagement rates. In terms of tracking the ROI, unless you're going to pay out for a tool that will track from everything like Force 24 or like a marketing metric tool, it will be a really hard one to track the ROI, because, you know, where's the metrics? Your marketing person could end up spending 3 days doing you a marketing report, but are you actually looking at it? So I would kind of flip it on its head and say, actually, what is it that you want to get out of it? And then work back to that. And that again comes back to aligning your marketing and sales goals, so that everybody's working to the same kind of end goal. Everybody's got a goal to work towards. And then it definitely makes sort of tracking the efforts and the ROI a lot easier. Hopefully that helped. As I said, I think I've answered all of the questions. Somebody asked earlier, will there be a copy of the slides available? Yeah, I'll happily share them. I'll share a recording of this and the slides. I'll send it over via email. If anybody didn't get the email from me where you're all BCC'd, then do let me know and I can make sure, just in case I've ended up in your junk, you might want to check there. I sent it at about 12:30. So that's the email that I'll send all of the information through from to. But otherwise, has anyone else got any other questions? I'm going to take that as a no. Okay, so my aim was to make sure that I didn't take up everybody's whole hour. So I think I've done quite well in timing. Very strange not having anybody talk back, but I've got used to it. So yeah, anything at all. Like I said, I'll email everybody. I'll include a link that people can book one-to-ones. And I'm more than happy even if you think of questions like after the event. Obviously, you can then contact me directly, and happy to field any more questions or anything. And yeah, thanks all for your time. I'm going to end the call. Oh, hang on. Thanks, Alison. Oh, not you, Alison, the other Alison.